Yo, what up, Roxas? Final chapter time. Give me a second, though. Here we go. The resolve of Ryunosuke. Naruhodo. Alright, give me a second, Reno. Alright, that looks good. That looks good to me. It's time for the trial. So the hours finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I've been counting on your support more than everything today, Mr. Sato. Mr. Sato? Wait, the music changed, did you hear? Not really. Oh no. What's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... So sorry, of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... I should let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Soda-san isn't her usual self at all, but that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She just found out that her father is the partner of a world famous detective, not to mention... good morning, sir. Von Zeke. Lord Von Zeeks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? What? No, nothing. I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord 16 isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. The Reaper, I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. You're not all to blame for that, Lord Von Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you at that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer cleansed the restless spirit returned as some sort of endemic god. To feel the deadly blade of justice where I, by the end of the law, could not. Yes, we have heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence are a little less than keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obviously extremely important to you. Lord Clint Von Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here? I brought you one of my special blends. Harry loves it. He says it helps him to clear his head. I thank you. Oh, hehe. That's sure the first and last I'll ever see outside like this. Seem different today, Iris. Oh, sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Sita's laboratory. Right then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you wanted to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh, yes. Should you take this? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that usually dangle in your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm and little Hurley that I made once. A Hurley. Looks more like a Harley to me. If for some reason you completely run out of option in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Okay, okay. You think what we'll need is luck? Probably. Probably. Let's see. Well, pull his ears. Yeah. Oh, and time is right? Okay. You think what we'll need is luck? Sneak up. Wait, I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What happened to Mr. Sholmes, Iris? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he didn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too? Do you think, Misato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their room last night at all. They, Father, and Judge Shigoku, I mean. Judge Shigoku too. That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Oh. Alright, time to go. Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper, I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. You must go inside now, Lord Van Zieks. Lord Van Zieks have always been the formidable prosecutor I have had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend Kazuma Asoki, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day. To this one trial. To this one final reckoning. Oh, my nose is so runny. Feels even more oppressive than here than it just did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh my god. Lord Strongheart? Well, shit. Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one such Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Bringing the currently positive influential members of the judiciary from the countries all around the world, it is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. No one over which I, Mel Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. Oh, shit. The 6 jurors flames just... As was the case in yesterday, proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of the judiciary assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, collection of your colleagues, Lord Strongheart. Damn, he looks like a scary judge. He is. On a personal note, I found this most distressing, Lord Van Zieks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Oh, he has a horse. In the name of the Her Majesty of the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Baroque Van Zieks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution of the defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light in a shocking and disturbing fact. There's a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. In those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice, Mr. Daly Vehicle, who would be given the inspector's identification and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Mitchell, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because while he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Mitchell is currently cooperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as a Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asoki. I met once again with the upper coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. At the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death. However, it seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chill. So that's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. As evidence to support the idea, we must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. Truth, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Mitchell to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrader reporting, representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina, again? What's your problem, Otto? What's with that, Gina, again, look, eh? Oh, the boss man took the word to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out of the back slums of the East End and took me under his wings. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here, speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right, all of the godness of Rexon's heart, not all of that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. Alright, before I do anything though... we should check everything, the trunk, yeah. We got the passport. Alright. Alright. What's the relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigation yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face. Ron Strongheart knew. Yeah, he knew, alright. He knew, alright. So Inspector Lestrade. Let's see exactly what it says in that report. Okay, testimony. Before I do though, let me just make sure I check everything. I already checked that. I already checked this. Didn't I? Yeah. I checked. 001. 11 September. And yeah. I'll check that. Nothing. Nothing, I think pretty nothing either. Alright, let's just go for it and see. All the detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told, but a little search of those boss office turned up a notebook that had a lot of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is there's a witness who saw the Reaper at that place too. Smuggled goods. I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they are disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital, but the police are rarely able to locate them in time. Inspector Rex was investigating one of those black markets. It's been suggested that a high-ranking government official may be involved in that black market activity. Note that Correction was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place at this time? A particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club, and on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. It's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it, there's no question. The accused, Barrack 16, was present. That would be a very significant testimony then. Oh my, but... Roman 6 has made no mention of this at all. In short, Roman 6 had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Okay. Let's see here. Alright, smuggled good dealings that day. Yeah, the witness, we know the witnesses. Hold it! Let me see. Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yup. It's all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at the Gentleman's Club. Yes, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I got to do is read it out. And I could too. I got this reading game button up now. Can I show you one I can? Go on. What's the L? The judge doesn't signal his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Insist. Absolutely. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requests to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Ah, strong heart. Right then, I get to show off my reading skills. Strong heart, strong heart. Apparently, the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called The Grouse. Hold it! The Grouse, huh? The Grouse. What sort of club is that? I ain't got the funkiest club site next to my thing, but I am kind of curious. They're not places where a foreign student like you should be really admitted. Wait, The Grouse. Let's say again here. Can I just, no? Blackbird line. Started. Okay. Out. Not that. Doesn't matter. No, doesn't matter. That place is where a forest looks like you would be ready to admit it. Have you looked in the mirror recently? I tell ya what. Me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. Could shoot though. I could pick up a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking up anything. Yo, what up, Sake? I'm gonna have work in the morning and I can't sleep. I'm gonna chill here though. You can't sleep? Dude. You have to get the rest you need. For walking. Alright, it's gonna be do something with this though. Save. Got the new details. Fuck that, the days are so dead. Dead? For real? For real? I bet this buckle could steal was gonna happen at the German's club called the Grouse. It just... How am I? I'm doing pretty good, Sake. I've been doing pretty good. The Governor Caden.
Objection.
Read about these clubs that exist in Britain. As I understand it, there are places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror chair cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at the club called the Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything yet. But they probably won't. So how's work been, Sake? You got the bonus yet? You got the presented, off? What do you mean by that? Are you surviving the heat? Our AC was out for the weekend and repaired yesterday? Damn, your AC was out for the weekend? God damn. Yeah, I've been managing the heat, I guess. It's been hot. But apparently it's gonna rain this week. But we'll see. So far hasn't been no rain yesterday or today at all. So a steamship. You think it's a ship? Have the evidence to prove it? Here. Let me see that. Watch out, you want a prize for a big sale you get tomorrow? Let's go! The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. This would appear to be a ticket for a passage upon a steamship, yes. This SS Grouse.
Objection!
Big bride, big sale. So there's a steamship named the Grouse. Of course, the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at that ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived at the port Dover on 1st November. Oh! The day on which they sound like a gunshot was here on the Fresno Street. In other words, the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission. The ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. How are they oldies? Do they like you oldie? They love me, of course. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. To show you evidence for that assertion. Very well. In that case, Council of Defense, present your evidence onto the court now. Evidence. I think I have it, right? Where is it? This one, right? I think.
Take that!
The hammer, horse hammer. What's this? A passport for traveling shoot to the victim? The 31st October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility that he wasn't even in this country. Oh no. This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before Tessa's grounds arrived at Dover. Docked on the northern coast of France for a night. Oh, horse hammer? Yeah, he's got a horsey hammer. According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? Impressed, Muronosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. It's the outcome of South Scotland Yard's investigation, and the line of the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecution's office tried to hide something. Kazuma, you sexy, saucy man. What? And now that you experimentally disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that's something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Aosoki? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson was secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? The Reaper? The Reaper? Oh no. What are you saying, Counsel? Prosecution makes a major research of the Couch's Day. The music, it's holiday year. It's a good song for sure. How are my gains? How are my gains? Getting fat? But in reality, the truth is the opposite of fat. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was in fact acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was obviously an assassination. Department 6 never carried out any actual killings. Whenever the Reaper victim lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had to accomplish. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson? In this mission, you can hear the rage boiling down because you eat food to then shred, right? Oh, it's all according to plan. My boss would never have done a muffin like that. Now I'm gonna, you know, get fat, super fat, at like 600 pounds, and get to that show, you know, my 600 pounds life. What is that show on TLC? No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? Inspector Correction was operating as the Reaper. And even so, there's no way that the person giving him his order was Lord Van Zix. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. But Van Zix is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Correction was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting their assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely, it's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Chachigoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course, no suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you have missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did import the SS Grouse at that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? I know who it was. It was you, Sake. Sake with his massive toys absolutely demolished the guy. It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gray, Gina Lestrade. What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. The high school ace detective. Akechi Goro Akechi? That doesn't contain details of secret investigation at all. Describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying. If it all of them blotches what got taken out had it coming. The boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. None of my toys were at the scene. You liar! There were toys. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spend any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe any of it. And testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it the chance to defend your boss. I don't... I can't care. The witness will give a new form of testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you knew about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Well. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims, the glades and place and stuff, and the last entry there was at 31st October. It says grouse for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or somewhat. Honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Battery operated, rechargeable, or non-vibrating toys. All three. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely, Rinosuke Naruhodo. What can I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark, the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. So, who will ask to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade, read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grounds of on 31st October. Lies! How do you read this then? Reading still not her strong suit. That ain't the problem, alright? Oh no. It's a funny name. It's in English. It's hard to read. With someone from overseas, it's Shin. Let me have a bash at it. Seishiro? Seishiro! Yeah, Seishiro. Shigoku? No way! That's just Shigoku! Seishiro! What? It can't be Seishiro Shigoku? But that's just Shigoku! Seishiro Jigoku. Certainly not an English name, you're right.
Objection!
But that can't be right. I know Chachigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh, Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and returned to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector, personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Paragon Ziggs! It's an undeniably logical argument. Jigoku is a very English name. The fuck? Is it? Jigoku? You planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Jigoku. Barak. Oh! Pray forgive the discourage of filling my hand of chalice whilst I stand accused of a murder. Lord One Ziggs? The accused has no right to speak uninvited. In court you will return to a dock. I say nothing of the matter whether or not I am the Reaper. It's the task of this court to decide. But there's one thing I can say unequivocally. Okay, Alexis then. That girl is no detective! What? No, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard. reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origins. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you have clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I'm the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say? Mr. Naruto, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Ka-ding! Ka-ding! 1-6 is my favorite Japanese name. 1-6. You like him because he's an alpha male, baby. He's a true alpha. He will be the one on top of you. Ching! At once, my lord. At once. Alright, let's see.
Hold it!
In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all, that ain't the only explanation, is it? Reaper's red wine, glassy delicious. Red wine is disgusting. Not my taste at all. He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found. If I may, when original people began referring to me as the Reaper, I did not check. I believe the power to eliminate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carry out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson wasn't one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? Nobody asked you and you know bad oysters taste. You're bad oyster? Bad taste? My taste is the true taste. An organization. You at his head. I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I had been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Grouse. Believing it to be reference to a gentleman's club. I went there on the day in question to investigate alone. That's explain why several members of the club claimed to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship dock on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of the notebook. Fine. Something wrong, Mr. Naruto. You seem a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Pop, 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 pop. Name of the victim's dates, place, and stuff. What in particular? Well, besides the victim names, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? Seishiro? It's the one I told you that the name same man written over and over again. You mean Asashin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or somewhat, isn't she? Were you even listening this day? Asashin. The assassin. The assassin, Asashin, assassin. I just realized. Asashin. Assassin. Assassin. That's how you pronounce it. Assassin. Assassin. Very smart, very smart. What, like a killer you mean? Assassin, it's very close to assassin, yeah. Very, very smart. Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. Investigated the mark thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. Like the ladies first guy, the ladies first. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Vigilantes! Suit up! Then perhaps what is said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant to one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been? Ass in. You pervs! Don't lie, sucker. You would love that, wouldn't you? Ass in. What name was written? Oh, well. It's the only entry that I didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? It just added like a question mark or something there, I think. Question mark. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Rexen was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. A nameless assassin. Nameless. We know who it is. Sake. On Sundays! And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Chigoku. That's what they said. Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was hot. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Chigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man, he came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Gotta forget, I'm a good cat-looking boy. Are you? So, was Chigoku's mentor, huh? 10 years ago, after that fateful day. Ba 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 ba. So what time are you working, Sake? On morning? What time do you work? 6 a.m.? 7 a.m.? Ba 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 ba. What do you mean a criminal? Chigoku is no criminal. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Do you remember what father told us? That Chigoku did once appear in the court here in Britain. It's related to the professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. He broke the witness stand. It's 1 a.m. right now. I go in at 8, so want to start getting ready at 6. No gang sleep, right? Hashtag no gang sleep. It was a beautiful situation, yes. I forgot all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? It was considered to be adjourned to a professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to that stand. And there you have it. So to be honest, 4 hours is enough for me. I'll just be bored and a little tired. 4 hours is enough for you? My god, that is shitty. I wouldn't, function probably if it's 4 hours at all. And there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court. Guilty or innocent alike. What? No. Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Chigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Remember what hours do you need? Perhaps now you start to see just how vindicative the Reaper is. I mean, if I want to be like super fully energized, at least 8 to 9 hours. But that's not happening when I have work hours. I usually sleep like 6 to 7 hours when I have work days. Which is I'm still tired doing those times too. But minimum 7 hours. 6 hours like, yeah, I can do it, but I have a little headache. Right, I had just about enough of this. Gina. All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people, it's cobblers. Come on, Otto. Yes? Why didn't you say nothing? Why aren't you letting out objection or somewhat? What? You've gotta find a law. You do usually. Someone's lying here. No questions. You gotta work out who it is. Please. For the boss. For the boss. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. But you're younger than me. 4 hours should be enough. Shit, hell no. I might have known that coming pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. Like, I have no energy. If I sleep if I have 6 hours, I have no energy for the gym. No energy to stream. Even though I do stream even those times, but I'm not like fully energized. I had it with a lot of ya. It lies every pleading place, yet looking the sword in it. Well, I had enough. Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruto? There's one point in this cross-examination when something that was just said didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean... I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on these ears.
Hold it!
I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. What do you mean? Amongst everything we have earned during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation of one inconsistency. What? Inconsistency? Really, Otto? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by...
Take that!
Kazuma. By you, Kazuma Soki. It was the butler! Me? The butler? Some attempt at filibustering counsel? Filibustering? Prosecutor Soki have given no testimony. What did you say? I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip. You shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you realize what you have done. Maybe I get to go ahead. Well.
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. Trade. There's a blood stain, baby. It's a blood stain. What? You mean that in grease from all the boss fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There's no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's no reason for that. Don't forget to hydrate! Which I did! Immediately after the prospector body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk. Hoping to sell it. But I found it with me knows for the trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, when you're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness, you said this, Kazuma. How did you know about the trunk? So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport? But you know it was the metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. Well, on 31st October, where exactly were you? At the port of the Dunkirk. On board, there's his grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Rinosuke? Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but... If Kazuma wasn't there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh, no, Mr. Howdo. Sure you don't think... Ha. Come on, Rinosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the court is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you have proved nothing. Kazuma. Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were that day in the same place as the inspector? He was there with Gregson? There's a clue that you have overlooked. A secret that the trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. What about soft evidence though? There's no soft. We only need hard evidence here. Hard evidence. I mean, you can clearly see it. Right there.
Got it!
This your proof? It's... Oh, fuck. It's not... Oh, come on. Okay, I need to properly examine it. I need to examine it probably. Okay. You can clearly see a sword. Do I need to examine from inside or outside? Let's see. Okay, it's from inside. Okay, we got it open. There it is. Why?
Got it!
There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today. It's the esteemed blade, Karuma! Of course it is. Won't you draw it, here in this courtroom, for all to see? What about hard but fragile evidence? I mean, sustained? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff! Watch Prosecutor Asoki's like a hawk. Like a hawk? Not like a tiger? The tip of the blade! Oh no! The tip is broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of objection, who was there with the Inspector correction will be answered. Agreed. Kazumasuki? It's chipped. Expertly done, Rinosuke. It's a point to you and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asoki? Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Correction to Dunkirk. The tip is broken just like you. Wow. Wow, Sake, that hurt. That hurt! Wow, dude! What the hell? Was me. And the mission was? The assassination of the Mark. What? What? Nani? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Shigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied correction to Dunkirk. I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You're not gonna do it. Whether it's more in my comment or your broken tip. Both. Both. And you deserve for that, you deserve a ban. Goodbye, perma-ban, Sake. See you in the next life, my friend. Sayonara, ban sucking Sundays. See ya. We tried the doorway from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded to SS Crafts made for the cabin deck as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Shigoku's cabin. This case is so much better than Mac Guild. Well, yep. Well, it is the final case of the final game. Not the Shadow Realm. Get bound to the Shadow Realm. Never come back to the Realm of Light. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left correction and disembarked to ship. I spent that night at the boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk. My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Correction was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Mickey, you're too late. Correction returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room of Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. And end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Correction's murder!
Objection!
Objection! If you did not do this, you claim. How did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the Inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. Yes, you do! The victim was killed by the gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese plate is irrelevant to the case. It is relevant! And accordingly, I chose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. What? Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. Alright. The tip is lodged. Where? In your ass. Let's see, do I need to... Oops. Pull the sword. Karuma. The Karuma! Imagine your tip being broken. Imagine your tip is stuck. Stuck in where? Stuck in your What? Remains unharmed. Agreed, that should be our first priority. If it recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... Well, when a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours. So the natural that the question of the safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Bam, bam, bam! Bam, bam, bam. We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now. Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organization office. The map can be located within half an hour. We will have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Chigoku. Arise. Tales of Arise! Tales of Arise. So that is for the Reaper. We all need to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. Such a good game, such a good game. I will have to go. I have to agree. When will they make a new Tales game again, huh? Mr. Naruto, for the defense sake. My lord. I sincerely hope we are successful. If we are unable to confirm Mr. Chigoku's healthy existence, the next 30 minutes you will face grave difficulties. Oh. Tales. How about D-Rise? Arise, D-Rise? Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin? I feel as though I'm in nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma is in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. Something awful has happened to Judge Shigoku. Then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were carrying towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Fortunately though, I don't think there's not anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there might be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear. Of course! The little Mr. Shum's doll that Iris gave us. Chigoku. Goku-san! Goku. Goku, Goku, Goku. Perhaps now's the time? What should I do? Pull hard. Yes, pull it. Here goes then. I'm gonna do it. Good luck, Mr. Naruto. No looking back. Heave. Ow. That scream. It's not like Mr. Shums. Mr. Shums, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the fellow doll talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruto, as hard as you can. Alright then, I pull all my string into it. Ow! Please, my dear fellow, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Chomps, where are you? Yo, that's a next gen telephone. Next gen telephone? A phone. Myself and my trusty partner. A rabbit phone. Presently in the first class camera area of the SS Grouse. Without need to. you just pull the ear and you can communicate. She left Dover last night after the final piece of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to underway again in half an hour. This is the future. You have taken a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic brows, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station by the train to the port. In order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruto, brave, what is my name? Sherlock Holmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection, well done. You're a genius, Mr. Holmes. That's the only word for it. Ow! Ow! Mr. Sato, gently with this genius ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Holmes. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined the notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. Not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We have just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And we are unable to present any new leads then, I'm afraid to say. Imagine in the court, you have an earpiece or a bunny earpiece and you just talk to somebody, outside the court. That is next gen. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that before the crowds puts to sea again. If you don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. That's Sakayu! He's got that too. Why you are loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? Said that sailor suit is a little tight for you. It's Sholmes. It says Sholmes. Do you not recognize world-famous great sailor chicken stroganoff when you see Stroganoff? Hey, Stroganoff! Stroganoff! Do you see that, Mikotoba? It will appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that tattoo that says Sholmes? I must say, which while such an adoration is flattering and naturally does leave me a little halt. Yo, Sake, when you're gonna take a tattoo with, you know, Kolda, Kolda in it, or Mr. Bat-kun in there, put in your... Shawl 3S. Shawl. Why do you say he's a sheep man? Shawl dress? Dress? Muy bien. How could you notice? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. I'll get it when you pay for it. You pay for it. Do I get to choose the location then? Do I get to choose the location of the tattoo? Anywhere? There is no one with this name on board. We know that we purchased a ticket for the passage. Ah, you mean Easterman. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Seishiro realized that we're after him, has he? This cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. No, I have orders not to let even a mouse inside. Mikotoba, we are a good man and draw this sailor's attention and away with you. Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Anyway, that is in my face or arms or hands. Accept it. I'll take it. I'll put out a huge gold bat on your chest. That way I'll always be in your hearts, okay? Wink wink. Curses! The plan is ruined! You have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it, cabin door is locked. Even if I'm not here, you cannot get inside! Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, our friend, in your typically accommodating manner. Would I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? Ouch, my chest, God, I don't have a tattoo, you torturer. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Ba 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 ba. How about we just press this? This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if I... Set it off! Here it goes then. Pardon me in advance. You! What are you doing? Do you have a tattoo? I have no tattoos. I am an innocent young virgin. No tattoos. Christian only. Jesus, I pray to Jesus every night. No tattoos. No, not by me. My world famous. No, as I told you. Now, Shums, now! Done! Not even 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there clapping at my brilliance because of in we go. Oh, yes. And how do you know it's not bad? By, you know, watching YouTube videos, you know how it is. Watching YouTube videos and, you know. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Sake. What is this mess, Sake? Well, it seems we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, once we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. Well, that probably crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed, he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. Oh, I hate doing laundry, though. Laundry is kinda ass. Laundry is kinda ass. Like, putting them into, you know, washing machine is easy. But after that, you gotta try them and, how big is big? Fancy leathers or black leathers? Big, you know, it covers your whole chest. Like this area of your chest from right to left. It says gold. With a big heart and gold color. Yeah. This device paper glass can look and there's still trappers inside. Indeed, then let us pry. I discovered recently I have penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passenger from the 3 days ago, the night before we arrived in London then. And I was still aboard myself. Following the departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to accept. Hey, I didn't read it! Dude, that's so fast! Oh well. That was so fast. I guess no one would really see it if it was gold. Great, good idea! Dude. Yes, what the hell? It's a striking tube here. Look, though, it's been stoppered with some cloth. The voices of the crewmen on the bridge are an annoyance, I suppose, or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened here that was for no one else's ear, do you think? Either that, or could be to prevent snakes from entering. Snakes! Solid snake? Quite exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... Is something wrong, Shops? You started trailed off. Ice, Mikotopa. Ice. What opulence the first class passenger enjoys chilled drinks. Pardon? My uncle just got out of prison. He does that too, so I guess I could get a free one. Hey, and you know what to get now. You know what to get, Sake. Go for it. Yo, what up? Yinari? How are you? The sight of you is making, I haven't taken the flavor of the food I ate you now. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Nastoki's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and he was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. What? What they were for? It was the start of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You experienced the moment of your story yourself, complete with my dramatic real theory. Good bro, current at the gym? Watching stream? You're doing cardio or something? Doing a cardio, watching a stream? But are there some brilliance remark and open the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murders? Go get those gains, baby! You know, why don't you focus on the gains? Go get some gains! What is this? There's a... Huh. That is a very sizable truck indeed. Sensor is partial to all things large. A rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to speedy escape. Pity it's locked, so we can look inside. Just finished my 30-minute run, so I'm taking a 5-minute break. Oh, run. Sadly not, it has a 7-digit combination lock. I'm not in morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. Combination 69, 420. The one is slightly different color just here, do you see? Indeed, what you have observed, it arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Oh, perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now, that's a bold deduction, worthy of the great detectives, I'm sure. May very well be the elusive thief who has been plagued French galleries of late. Has everyone been? Pretty good, pretty good. That outline of the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and the size elsewhere. You're still here? April Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. Stroganoff beef! Stroganoff soup. I was beginning to think you never materialized. The gym right now. You are waiting for me. Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with heady, Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Poison chicken. Chicken? Chicken! His name is... I just realized his name is Chicken. Chicken! Chicken! All for... Oh, almost 5 p.m., eh? 5 p.m. 5 p.m. I'll soon be shot this personally, my dear fellow, but first, there's something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The pocket of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Kaboy! I see through your lies. You're in America? No, you're not in America, Sake. Stop lying. You ain't no America. You are in a Mexico. You know exactly where the man is even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Good gracious, son. You mean you worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years or no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. What is this? Time for the logic and reasoning, baby. We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time of this of the essence. Brings the Juggernaut, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us Jigoku left this ship some 2 hours ago. Ja, that is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there's something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Oh, yes, of course. See, you're noted too, Mikachopa, then please do take the lead. Your face in Mexico. Is in Mexico. True! I'm in Mexico right now. That's why it's so hot. Oh. See what the last 3 years have done to your observation skills then, Mikachopa. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Shums, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe, and the answers become clear. So, impress me. Take a match that. Where are the, what in this cabin shows the episode of Chicago having this about 2 hours ago? The ice.
Take that!
Obviously, the ice will not be melted. Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear, you love this passage? This is a good one. It would appear that the man was here at this very cabin. It's with, you know, Mikotopa and Shams. Until moments before arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand, get your mind off the refreshments, Shams. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? Chicken! But why would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Oh, that's right, they are. Was in the cabin next door and Seishiro was, yes. 15 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see. With that tight shirt, he looks like a Raphael. Raphael! There are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. And this is news to you, isn't it, Mr. Stroganoff? Shams, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity, something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here? 3 houses, Raphael, not Persona. Raphael of the Golden Deers? Oh yeah! In here, I'm being masked by something that could... Yes.
Take that!
This one. Oh yeah, did you buy the 3 hopes, Sake? It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. They made their hanging crook on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you have already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and the size are a perfect match. So Mikatoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? Oh, that looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls? I see. The projector has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now, the Hopes game looks weird, and all I'm focused on is waiting for Bayo 3. Bayo 3! I have distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy of evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been taught to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by... We don't know how to approach this one, Shams. My dear Mikatopa, simply keep first principles in mind. This is the first time Sherlock Sham is acting smart for once, and he is correct. But Bayo 3 is gonna be a while though. Scarf, what else we got? Clunky arms. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What about this, baby? What I would really love is 3 has prequel game in Sutis, Land Nerd. Great, everyone, young Ria saw as Zeros. That would be cool. Which will never happen. A prequel? Probably not. Who knows? But maybe. Money! I love money. And I have ventured that the Eastern fellow in question is Seisho Jigoku, yes? So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. The way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... And that'll never happen, let me try. I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku resides at this precise moment in time. As always, we can talk about in matters of deduction, that word of glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Shams. You have found a chink in this birdie fellow's armor. If you always think about it, but I think Shams have always made it like this. With Rinosuke for making it learn and all. Did you see the true power? The true power? True power, you say? It's over 9,000 of Sherlock Holmes! Oh my god! Who is this man? He's a god! Alright, what do we got? We need to only follow the man's gaze to know where our Trey's hiding. No fucking way. Is he at the trunk?
Take that!
A big man in there? You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Kami desu ka? Kami desu. Hakaishin. Do you know Hakaishin? And he's at the very moment doing his best to stifle his breath inside his trunk. If he still has breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. It would be in everyone's best interest for us to repair the trunks as quickly as possible. What? How can we... Are you forgetting about the combination lock? Remember at the case 2 of GA1, you were stuffing us trunk? I was. We were stowaway. Stowaway. The combination lock can be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Chigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told us somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. And I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. No, I know nothing about the combination code. Oh. To move a muscle, my good seaman. Oh, the combination's that one, isn't it? The Sholmes. Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? It's the Sholmes, so if you reverse it, it would be a 5. Let's see. I can get, you know. It's a 7-digit number, remember quickly now, we have a little time. It's the Sholmes thingy. Let's see. If I reverse it. What the hell? Ha! Yo! Review. Oh, there we go. If I reverse it, it would be a 5? Roll it down. 5. 2, I think. 3. 1. 0. 4, 5. 4, 5. There we go. 5. No. Yes, like that, but the other way around. I would start it, you know, start from the right side, so it's correct socket, correct. Or if you like switch it up, let's see, it could be you know, oh, upside down, yeah, upside down. So 5, 2, 3, 1, 0. Very clever, Koala. Hey, I got experience with these kinds of games, man. I could be the next Sherlock Holmes. Oh, they call me Mr. Goldabat, the smartest man alive. What else? 4 was it? And 5. 5, 3, 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5.
Take that!
Nice! Woo! Click! That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? Woohoo! Well, Eugene, you have found me now. Seishiro. Seishiro. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you are not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Chigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion.
For real?
For real! We made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turn sour. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I have since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So I decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. Afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confidence in you. It's somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamship are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some sort of colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am. Just seeing for myself that the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover at you. To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugene, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make a port again until Italy. Italy! I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. This guy is sauce now. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You are a man of the law. You know what the ramification of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You all came prepared then, Eugene. Come on, let's go. Chigoku. One moment, what is it? Shoms. Inside Mr. Chigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that? Seishiro. I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let's pocket it as a small souvenir of a brief sojourn in France. Well, young Naruto, I think we have done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Bam, bam. It's your time. Kazuma Soki, I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes, while the court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Chigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper had already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now. You are a Japanese man, Rinosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all the written testimony. There can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. Or relevant testimony? Far from it. There is still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Chigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Chigoku. You have found him? But the investigation of every policy and resource in the capital suggests that Chigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk. Next to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Chigoku on the night of his death, because along with prosecutor Arlosoki, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seishiro Chigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Carouse on the 31st October. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Chigoku's testimony. No judgments should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call at the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objection from each side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day, but the skin of our teeth. To be continued. Bop, up. The unexpected halt proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom, but outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. You returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you had an even more varying day than Mikotoba and I, no? Could say that we were on the brink of a defeat encountered earlier. This prosecutor Asoki had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruto. I mean, it's incredible to think that he even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. I'm so confused. We need to execute someone. Execute someone. We should execute. Yo!
Kill every last one of them.
Dimitri! When all this started, almost a year ago now. Shom still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then, about the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, that's another country, Mr. Shom, so what news of Judge Shigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. Investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba, this must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. Picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Shomes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you had a reply already? I was so urgent though, Mr. Shomes. Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. That's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were not the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, keeper's stew, steak, and kidney pie. Kidney pie? Just for you, Sake. Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with us helping a pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Harry, not there. Why ever not? Are we in the set place this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. You can have my steak and kidney pie. No. You need it. You can have it. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sister, I mean. Oh! Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. It's red meat though. I want white meat. White meat chicken. Red meat is good meat! I still listening to the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I left. What? What? Oh no. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris' father. Are Iris' father? Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. That steak is good. Okay, somebody get the guillotine ready for Sake on Sundays. He needs to be head chopped. Suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. Who is Iris' father? So they let us did not dine while our lordship peasant. I mean, she has blue eyes. Anybody has blue eyes? Probably not. And if I find ideas, Shams, it all looks absolutely delicious. It has what you like, there are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial about the telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. I can let this opportunity slip away. Mr. Shams, what are you doing? Sure, it's just abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley. But I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy, even though I played the role of father to you for far longer. Miss Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow, I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You need to look at me in that fashion. What fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? Oh, this? Thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record from found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asoki, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names? We come across that exact name list before. Same list before? We did. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be a masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involves the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. And in exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of message. K. Asoki, Asian, the T. Grex, and J. Wilson. We didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government. Somebody in Japan! That's right. So why are the names coming up again now? Asian. Yo! K. Asoki. What do you mean A. Kazuma? It says K. Asoki. Someone from Japan Chicken Soup, the sailor. That's right. Have you had the message I had fired yesterday? Allow me to read it to you. In the Chachigoku's office under the undetected and investigate the record records. Expect to find communication from Britain date 1 year ago. List 4 names need by tomorrow, Naruto. Send it to detective I know who specializes in the clandestine missions. The 4 names. What do you think about that? Yes, the Inspector Hotsonaka to undertake such an outrageous task for you. Someone in my name. I wonder what guys he opted for this time. The 4 names who were dead. Ashin's dead. T. Gregson's dead. Shavelson's dead. And Kazuma was supposed to be dead, but he's not dead now. Anyway, the list of names we found was found in Seishiro's office as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was sent to Chachigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I need to formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes, looks slightly serious for once. Barapap, barapap, pap, pap, Hosonaga. Kazuma's dead. The tragedy we had to go through on the SS Beria was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. You were a great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then make sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his death. Oh my, you mean the arrangement between our 2 countries was already in place? 1 university student lawyer and 1 judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi. would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? Also... Jobs. He did say that. So, you manipulated me. I'm often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. But if it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. Woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. What chain does this game fall under? Puzzle? Puzzle game? I don't know. It's a detective game. It is a case. You solve the case. But this especially not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. So it's like a novel game too. It is a novel crime-solving game. I'm afraid I still cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such a length, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching the Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago. If it's not JRPG, I guess we can blame God as the culprit. And I mean that at this very moment in time is close at hand. Now I mean of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand. We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. I mean, I guess in Tales of Arise 2, you had a... I don't remember who was the final boss. It wasn't a god? Or was it a god wannabe? I don't remember. But yeah, Persona had a... We always knew that that's where the list of names would be found. Keisoki, Ancient, and Fire Emblem in a way too. Depends which route. Had a... god. But not a god. We only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now, only because they appeared as a part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months up before that, approximately this time last year in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be a hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Sherlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line! Now, 1 month after the list of 4 names was fired to the recipient, Shikoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please. Tell us all you know. Tell us all about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. The 4 names. As I said, when I learned that Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately returned to those 4 names because you see, there was someone else in the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script, in actual fact, Miss Asashin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Oh, Keiasoki and Tei Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but I determined it would be as safest if young Asoki were to stay away from Britain. Ah, so that's why you went to such a length to prevent his study tour from going ahead? Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes. Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recount many tales about Asoki to him in my letters and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then. I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, it's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, isn't completely signed in with the facts. There's a one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume. Oh, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. Glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Oh. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so, Asashin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her resident student status being merely a front. Oh. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So if the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Assassin is because he was the target of an assassination. Forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean Kazuma? He did say in court earlier today. Out of mission. Young Mr. Asoki accepted that mission was a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? Could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that? Assassin exchange. So he could have been the one who killed Tobias Gregson. Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of the distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be assassin's exchange. To begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what is this point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to this diplomatic immunity or afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest level. The highest level? These murders were 2 sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That is, this association and the safeguard at diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. Wait a minute, Sholmes. This telegram really is describing the exchange of assassin as you're suggesting. It would mean that the Japanese killer target was never Seisho Chikoku at all. would mean Asoki's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Chachigoku wasn't actually the mark. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek us transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in town. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in. Oh my god. The time! Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. We're gonna try to get some rest so I don't bitch left the 20 something who's got in there. Alright, Sake. Rest up well. It was good to see you again, mate. Work hard. Play hard. And sleep hard. It is. A little bit sad though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. I'm so sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, would you teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. Susie's going to be my big sister. You could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yes, of course, if you have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I have raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit naturally. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now because it's for my big brother and sister. Where's all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? Hehe. You just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So that we're not breaking the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point. Exposing new truths while exposing a new conundrums. That lays the four names on the telegram in Judge Shigoku's office, with the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. That's right. To be continued. Trial Part 2. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the close trial 10 years ago, as some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings, the revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all our members of the judiciary here and present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asoki permitted to continue in his role as a prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submit a written petition to the Strongheart. Request that judgment of my transaction be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In the proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we are heading into a very dangerous territory. It's not really even Kazuma someone standing before us. As an extreme exception to normal practice, says I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty, okay. Resume the close trialing of Barak 1-6. The defense is ready, Mr. My lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then, the preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asoki, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seisho Jigoku into the courtroom. At last then, we have reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Rhinos, it's time for the least result because this is going to test it to the limit. Test it to limit. Witness, take your name and occupation for the court. Huh. So it was you who issued this, was it? You were sub-point. I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. Didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seisho Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan, as well as presiding over the Supreme Court. He is also currently Japan's Minister for Foreign Affairs. I'm of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations and put my all in that treaty. Dr. Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never fancied a young man murdering student turning up here all over places. You acquired me yourself, and now I'm practicing a defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. I didn't like to comment. What? Leaving the encounter prematurely when I was invited, guess might be questionable ethic, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that the respected police inspector has been killed, which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I honestly have never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you run from all this. I beg your pardon. This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder and case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Rinosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end too. Let's see this evidence then.
Take that!
Take that? This is the telegram detail of communications sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: Kiyosaki A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Oh! Where did you get that? in Tokyo. From your office, Judge Shikoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Grex and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Heisoki and Eishin are the names of assassins. No! A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in the Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Jesal Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Shin and her victim Jay Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin is sent from Japan, also visiting a student Kazuma Asoki, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asoki and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. What else do we get the... Oh yeah, this is the one. Notice about the departure for the port Dunker. All crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to revive evacuation procedure. The tour will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the tour is over. Yeah, that's the one I didn't get to read last time. And let's see. The ground, I believe. Okay. Monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. Pocket watch? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. There we go. What's the worst in Japan was you. Chachigoku. What's this all about? And you, Kazuma. You lied. During these test proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination's mission. The mark wasn't Chachigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, detective in Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name of the killing contract. Training outside, huh? Very impressive, Yunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill was never past my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishio Chikugo was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name. The defense claims that these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's a now distinct possibility that the scene of the Inspector Gregson actual murder was in the witness cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Shikoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in a contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Okay. As you wish, my lord. Alright, bathroom break. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. The everything questioned member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. All times, huh? If there's been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so I clearly can't be involved. So I made it then. As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. Political endeavor at the highest level is not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder is the most appalling thing I have ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? So kind of reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Kamsel? Kazuma-sama. Judge Shigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this Operation Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I have killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. This crucial point is this: your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk, because if he had been shot in the cabin, it's conceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's me right? Hersh was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street, and the prior perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barrett Van Ziegs. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. I think that seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such a Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. But I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Kamsel? Yes, my lord. Alright, something bothered me with the at all times, which is not true because I already read the...
Objection!
Yeah. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Shigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice for a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Sherlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were together on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts, and during that 20-minute interval, of course, and any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one else. By no one. In the summary, Judge Shigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. Which amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, the accusation is nothing more than a conjecture. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Shigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it.
Take that!
No. Judge Shigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The ground of a pocket watch? Ah, pocket watch. And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he's treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from the Judge Shigoku's cabin tells that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Chachigoku! Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds solid, entirely plausible at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Chachigoku feels the same way. Was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry. If I had known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have to declare you guilty just to spare the word, you ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you notice the pitfall into which you have stumbled. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledged he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony. But what exactly happened in your cabin aboard this ship on the evening of the 31st October? Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intentions of obstructing justice. Okay. Maybe a gun at me, huh? Killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Ippon Seoi. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin is in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. I have no doubt the inspectors intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of the dead. Well, the testimony appears to have made perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. If this testimony holds, Chicago will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Which is not true. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on cross-examination. Sorry, my lord, the defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You are an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're breathing. That case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, let's see, This body was found in London. No. This is not. This is so false. There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that the idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Well, then. Obviously, the culprit must have moved the body. Moved the body. Oh, no way. The case. Just like he fit himself in the case. Inspector Gregson could have been in the case too. Back then. Exactly, carrying a corpse of a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but our passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded. No, it is not inspected because he was the only one who wasn't inspected at all. And I would like to think that border police would acquire the corpse of an English gentleman as a hand luggage. No, he wouldn't. The murder had taken place aboard the ship. You would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would have been no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. It's killed the idea then. No. But perhaps not. Sato. We have heard that the first-class passengers were under the constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I would alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objections to your amends testimony now. No. You do have a.
Objection!
You do have a, dude. You do have a. It's not possible if you could have moved Inspector Grex's body, you say. What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting the Inspector Grex's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Rinosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Chikoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, those... I presume you recall this, Judge Shikoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Arwado, sure you aren't suggesting. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we first chatted innocently with the new arrivals for Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Grex was just meters away from us, inside Judge Shikoku's trunk. Oh no. In court. I'm skeptical that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could? Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. I verified that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Shikoku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking the trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. He's acknowledged there are signs that the steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requested size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're suddenly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyage. The SS Crafts is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Shikoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer! Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move letting Asoki and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about? Now. Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see you have both laid firm foundations for that already. Chichikoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. Defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime? The prosecution stands unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Paragraph 16 shot the victim at point-blank range. There's no tangible evidence to disprove this prosecution's claim at this time. Defense extraction amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning of the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on the Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid that it's the prosecution's claim that that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very well, okay. The prosecution claims that the inspector in correction died instantly when he was shot at the scene of the Fresno Street. But yeah.
Take that!
Photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed? Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Shikoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that poster ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly thrown out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No, you are quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling baseless accusations. In other words, Chichikoku, there's a blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of...
Objection!
At this moment, you're not government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, but you will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Woo! Oh, well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you known Shimador Kazuma Asoki? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into this country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. Phew. Dear God, outrageous. So it was you. You admit to Inspector Gregson's... No, I admit to nothing more than what I have said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body which was left in my cabin in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asoki. Phew. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. You have taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asoki. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness cabin on the night in question. Yes, an assassination mission no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You have heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to do say on that matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asoki. This isn't the dead end, it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. Comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Correction, but only one of them did it. And I am just a step away from proving who! Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. Is impossible! Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asoki to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. It was,
Take that!
This is initiative for crew members of the SS Krause, my lord. This is conclusive proof. No initiative, how does that prove anything? Shigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this initiatory suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman essentially was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. That narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the initiatory. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asoki is taking test proceedings. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asoki couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy is just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he killed himself. Somewhere nearby the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. As I suggested, I signed my name in the accommodation register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You forget that you are judge or government minister. It's a time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and you made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Say, Jigoku! It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh, hello. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Damn! Damn! He's been Super Saiyan! God damn. It's over! My life. It's over. God damn! A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade a conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchanged request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago, though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asoki. Things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. You found yourself unable to dispatch the replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. Made arrangement for a parade text that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of this entire operation, the Reaper himself. Oh. So, that means that the assassin's exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my priest and counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him the time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. When the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments later, before I had the chance, he suddenly came around, went for me in a reckless move. Bang. I received the British issue card 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. Never imagine I have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, that's it. And the victim was killed inside your cabin on this SS grounds. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over this side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. Before the first class cabin and sentries returned, I took the corpse to a refrigeration room. And then arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have intimate details. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Greggson's internet schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due to at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Oh, I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took up Hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling a little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the grand old trip there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the red-headed leak investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle tree. Arranged so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? Imagine, it was the back of fish and chips. Oh, I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room, put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... Well, it seemed the warmth of the preheated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I heard enough. We have arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make the matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I already told you that I cannot say. Oh, this is full already? Nice. Even though as things stands, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can we get this over with now? I mean, it's finished, all of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Guilty! Seisho Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Hold it! Objection! No. Moments ago, my Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Rexon and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant is innocent and has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruto. Yes, thank you. Something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the reapers of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached the conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication, I hereby declare the defendant...
Objection!
Objection! The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Cancel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Chichigoku had already confessed. Nevertheless, Paragon 6 has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear that you have information that the court needs to be here. Generally, the murder of the Inspector Person was actually carried out by Seisho Jigoku. It was clear from the witness testimony that he was coerced into compliance with the plot. Into this sickness merciless assassin exchange. That might be true, but what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku, who was pulling the strings. The victim was Ventura France, having been ordered on a mission to the Reaper only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to keep such an order. As we have already established, the Reaper himself, well, suddenly that would appear to follow. Prosecution hereby formally excuses the man in the dock, Paragon 6, being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Well, shit. Oh, logical charge? Irrelevant. True, irrelevant. That's the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord 16. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. Explains Kazuma's silence before. It's true the proceedings is about the murder of Tobias Gregson, nothing else. And we already finished it, and we stopped at nothing to finish what Lord 16 unwillingly started 10 years ago. Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. Okay. Thank you, my lord. For supplementary hearing? Ray turned a blind eye to a discourtesy as I verified that this vile and unremitting accusation is in the south the contents of my hallowed chalice. I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I have endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. And let's justice decide, Lord 16. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Okay, let's hear this testimony now, shall we? I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Redstone Street that day and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common threats exist between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. He lied there. He already lied there. So deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassin's exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Inosuke Naruhodo, let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? I decide to uncover the truth, even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experience in this courtroom, I have come to realize something. The truth can be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in the pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're overconvinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. And I already found it. It was the... yeah. You don't have any okay, common thread? Where's the picture I have?
Objection!
The biggest last statement exhibits a fundamental inconsistency. What? Is it wrong? Oh! No! But there is a... Okay, let's see, else... Janet Wilson. Gregson. Oh, yeah. There is.
Objection.
Objection. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, is this a 10-year-old from the autopsy of the Lord Clean 16? What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see. In defense, they intend to run from the undeniable truth. Orange Court, what reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, Counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an undeniable link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. I personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. For a member of the aristocracy like Lord Lynn 16, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers to be allowed the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. It was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusive proved Kenshin Asoki was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord 16 here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. Marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous! Now, 10 years later, for some reason their secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin's exchange. Ten years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponin's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in this courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this one, Wash. You claim that your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a valid accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seisho Chikoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? Truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what already declared. It's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? Secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Chikoku's cabin, I threw my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You are that Asoki's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answer you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor, there's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders. What exactly did you do? Speak! No, I'm not saying another word. And if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. The result of the Clean 16 autopsy were fabricated. Oops. It has to be the Reaper himself who allies with Chicago in Japan to arrange the exchange. It can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrett 1-6.
Objection!
Kazuma Soki. What? What you have just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What? Lord 1-6? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities into one. If Lord 1-6 is the one behind all of this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. I know. Mr. Mel Strongheart! The only person who could have arranged this assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mel Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother Lord Clint 1-6 had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord 1-6? 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. In investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial, but I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was the hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. That same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Chikoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this, a formal accusal by the defense. This is warrant a response. For an accusal, don't be absurd. Defense claims are the other nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim that there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint 1-6's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say? I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order in court! Following Inspector Greg's murder in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the cause of the case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. Take it there are no objections. Kazuma is more or less waiting his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all these years ago? If only there is someone. He's gone to the extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. Dr. Sid won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Objection. Actually, there's one person. One person who could still testify about the autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Rinosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this track can end? Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth.
Take that!
He was there. Heaven help us. Another Japanese? An expert in forensic medicines, may I alert, Professor Yuji Mikotopa 16 years ago. He came to London with Seisho Jikoku and Genshin Asoki as a visiting student. What could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotopa was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner. Dr. Willis in the report carries his signature. Was the primary assistant duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure? In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, the Professor Mikotopa witnessed the entire autopsy from the start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotopa be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense demand is denied. Professor Mikotopa is in London and at this very moment, we could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's still concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asoki, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stand. A minute ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. This time, I don't have the requested evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will blow us through your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asoki, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to a matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seisho Jikoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by their proper authority.
Objection!
We all know what will happen. That just gives the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again, by which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asoki, you will be remanded following these proceedings willingly. I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asoki. That will be all. Hold it! Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seisho Jikoku before he fled to Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. But Male Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. People stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Sure, it can be. But the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, that should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend, to not along to the prevarications of your superiors? Order! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let's emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right! The justice is absolute. Yes, if he calls the trial to end, it must end. Will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't... What? What's... He doesn't have a sense... He doesn't sense the same? The trial should go on. Summon the witness! That's right. You need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellow. My lord, you assured those present that you would anchor the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of the British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial. On with the trial. Testify! Well, my lord, testify! You hear the voice of British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it very rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the sub-point of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikatoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikatoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I was just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Isn't that right out? Yes. I trust you have the Irish little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. Still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at that end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one talk if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Such a Lord Strongheart, he's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. So witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yuji Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Human University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young ladies beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Sid, I understand. Yes, Dr. Sid. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here, she just appeared. Summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. You don't summon Mama, that makes no sense, she was there too. It's about the size of it. I had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly while I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it is making me shudder. The relations of about Dr. Sid that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more prayer jury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Miss Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. prosecution understand that you were a visiting student of the forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinner. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Six. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. See, Mama is far from skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually written by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the notes. So, Professor, you remember Inspector Paxson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Ziek's autopsy would never have happened. He was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the result of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really happened on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. A word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment you use testimony of virgin supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. He's hiding something. Laughing? Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Azuki, has come from you. You claim the inspector confessed that just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clear at his wits' end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Ziek's death. With this testimony by half, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord, there was certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such a horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Ziek, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough? I believe I warned you about this weakness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Male, strong heart. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will now hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with the caution. Yes, my lord. Alright, something bothered me when I read. And what was this beautiful but dangerous piece?
Hold it!
What exactly was it though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, sparkling round with a hole as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps? A ring? What's a ring? Belonging to Genshin Asoki. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring under the digitized quarters of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course, more, but there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled out. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that thing in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Curry, the removal of the historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny that this is a crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. It's not the sort of ring rumors seen in Japan. They almost look like the laws protecting the jewel. You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto. Very carefully indeed. There's a mark. They're sharp, huh? Okay. Oh! Sharp enough?
Objection.
Yeah. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had as requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with! It's entirely feasible that with that, Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in the possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asoki? And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best, what possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internationally, so I'm not sure how you intended to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury as I stall. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and a determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of a death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as an internal trauma. No. And there you are, right? And there you have arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember that the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that a rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that he has, surely you expect to see damage to the throat and also esophagus, trunk muscles, membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries could be seen. Now, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than a speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority of forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt his man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the muscus membranes of the throat is easily identified even in the living subjects. I was using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Curry, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I encountered to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genji Asoki for saving my life? What? My father saved your life? The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genji lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Oh, are you saying? I always believed those dogs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but Genji was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those dogs were after that night? Holy. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What did you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could... Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke. You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, it is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. Seems you have thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy result. So much so that you are apparently blind to a blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asoki not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord 16? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted a responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... Oh my, that is very strange. Mr. Asoki did nothing to oppose the charges against him then. That would certainly mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Professor Asoki. Prosecutor Asoki, I mean. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Kenshi Asoki's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. But if that autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an imminent conclusion.
Objection!
Objection! Oh. Thank you, Rinosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial might very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma. What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hall, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You have overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy result were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the agreeableness I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in a delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If you can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial, a reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent, could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. Now, the court must have been shown evidence. The Asoki papers? Probably... Oh! Wait. Yeah. Prior to his execution.
Take that!
It's true that Kenshi Asoki's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated it in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the initial notice of this chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. Notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of a negotiation between Mr. Asoki and British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept my very quiet. Would go further than that, in fact, I would say. But the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asoke can be explained in no other way. Bam bam bam. Bam bam bam. Or the various fabricated evidence and now jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon a new witness to the stand. Witness says people who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Oh, Governor Kading and the poor chief warder of the prison. I would not allow this trial to return into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years? Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rather paid at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He found both Parkley and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kading and Mr. Mitchell to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes, did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Woo! My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declare at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Strong heart. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Bum, bum. Of course. The conclusion was that there was anything untoward happened. And a convict escaped from the prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Well, the convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caitlin, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Soki and out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Cats! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness, Governor Kading. Oh, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, I think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asoki, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. It's not disputed in fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Tell everything. It was stated that Japanese Jack was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convicts to the chief warder Rachel here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asoki right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't know if there was some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All it was to carry on my duty for Her Majesty Great British Empire. Carry out a duty, eh? Directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot? Hey, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't know, can that? You're saying you don't know? Liar. Listen, there was a thing about the professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the Professor Securitas office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asoki and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asoki's admitting to the crimes he didn't commit. That cancel is nothing more than a speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. Fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Of course. Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fearlessly tenacious. Very well then. You say, huh? Alright, something... Good deed, you say? Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Kenshi Asoki was shot dead in the local cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Chuck out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you not anything about what happened after that only. Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Mr. Mitchell, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Katie was just saying seemed to be upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Kaden, just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asoki in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end? It's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Yes, it's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asoki never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by the sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of the secrets that is Berkeley behind the high prison walls. Suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Certainly? Truth be told, there's a me rather that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asoki and his body at the top, doesn't it quite add up, does it? Governor Kaylin, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony. It seems to me that Japanese fellow did not have nothing to bargain with. No, I remember reading that.
Objection!
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a memorable assurance of later being broken out of prison. Kenshi Asoki was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Which means that Mr. Asoki must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon! Havers, that fella couldn't possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asoki papers. The name committed to the last will and testament of the Kenshin Asoki. It turns out that Mr. Asoki was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Shibuya Richard caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya? Yeah, we rat. Did I not tell you to keep that secret? You can't touch me now. When Mr. Richard caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asoki bleeded with the water. Warder. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Oh, well, yes, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. Hydrate, Chronic! Hydrate! As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asoki Papers. Governor Kading. Hi, Chronic. Hello. How are you? How you been? I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asoki Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. What the blazes are you bleating about? The will was found right on proper in the fellow's cell where I said it would be. But how could that be? We're in his cell. We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Well, you did not do a proper job, eh? You pilly-volley galoot. You can't criticize me now. So far, so good, eh? Glad to hear. I'm doing pretty good. Very excited for the finale of this game right now. The last case going on. And then, it is the ending. Yes, you did add the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads the last will and testament of Genshi Asoki, which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord, you see. There's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asoki described his document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend? It's fake! That the last will and testament stored at Barclay prison all these years is actually a fake! Exactly. As has clearly been demonstrated already. What went on Barclay prison was far from above board. Boom! Boom! That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This is absurd notion of weapon. It's something for which we have only the former chief warrior's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, surely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asoki Papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection.
Mr. Vichio was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again? You ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself? It's good that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's good that this jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiation took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious, what did you say? Obvious and reprehensible facts? Testify! 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 It would seem that a vocal view here had other blind to the truth. Testify. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the victim's last will and testament. Sus? Yeah, that old man is a very sus. I think he's the true culprit. Very true culprit. Probably. As the warrior responsible for condemned convicts, I condemned to Mr. Soki and kept watching over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. Expose him! I will. I will expose him and his ass. In his kimono, that's a lie. Kimono my ass. Because we searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Are you not satisfied with calling me a liar at once, eh? You fat finger? A finger? Huh, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the whole you like to take my caravan. Of course, is that what you're going to do? Is it? You're going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Little and large. What a double act. You comply with Asoki will and as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family's home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. Can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. A. And you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, A. Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And that this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Okay. Cross examination. Let's go. Yeah, this guy's clearly alive with kimono. In Mr. Suki's kimono. Eh? The one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance. I remember he was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, some that kimono, his sword. His sword! Could be in the sword, the testimony. Karuma, the famous sword of the Asoki clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Mirunosuke. Respectful silence. The warriors carry firearms at all times and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. Couldn't I have hurt anybody with that thing? Still, he was allowed to assault, but no writing materials. A. He wrote that will after he came to stay with us at Park Club. You see, Dr. Mitsukotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Accessory ink, stone, black sami ink, and some hanshi rice. Paper, no doubt. Especially when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say...
Right? Excuse me.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Are you feeling faint, Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Mitchell! Sir! It was a Scarlet, sir! Scarlet? What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blur it out like that. Scarlet? Less pain and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony that we just heard? Have you really caught something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Mitchell be permitted to supplement his testimony with this, possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Mitchell. Scarlet? Scarlet. Yeah, it is Scarlet things.
Objection.
Scarlet occult writing is what you say you thought you saw, Mr. Mitchell. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. Hey, Rosake, you have no evidence to say that. I do, though. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. States that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the finger of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on the fingertips all day. Do which is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should the ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this: whatever Lord Glyn Lord Glyn Van Zix was writing in that unusually colored ink must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hands. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. That scene, the lid to my brother's inkwell was open, but Glyn was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. The document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Glyn Van Zix was writing moments before his death? Then, it was. If Mr. Mitchell's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Mitchell! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asoki with the document in his hand, his precise words were as follows, were they not? The only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Mitchell says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asoki said. Do you think Mr. Mitchell did indeed see the convict with the will, but it wasn't that of Kenshin Asoki? It was the last will and testament of Lord Glyn Van Zix! No!
Objection!
This madness! My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No. Possible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zix. Glyn was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigations before his conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
Clearly something that couldn't be made in public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that to be enacted during jailbreak plot? Yes. There can be no question that they will contain information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be. I heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Kenshin Asoki had in his possession was that of a Lord Glyn Van Zix. All the testimony and the evidence presented to the court has logically led to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Glyn Van Zix, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information is so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns out absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruto, however difficult the situation might become, you will work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Usato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Glyn Van Zix left behind a will. A will that Kenshin Asoki was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The event's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you suggesting? What are you getting at, man? Rinosuke! As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back! Confession? For sure. Can you do this, Mr. Naruhodo? I believe that what Lord Clint 16 actually penned that day was a confession. A confession regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Lord 16, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Ashoki at all? No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint 16 himself! It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The Great 16 family, they've been through births of the British tradition for years. Lord 16, he was Baron of Justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature? If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would... would be finished. My brother? Oh, this is too awful. Lord 16. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Naruhodo. Lord Baron 16 is the brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Lord 16. The Professor made of use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Palmong. He was a well-known hunting dog. People call him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Palmong. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar! Hey, the collar! With the blood! That's right, though sadly. Some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar was stolen by a thief? It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across the collar during our time in London. How could you... There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B? Oh my, you know it! It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? The Baskerville? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was on a heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The color you have described was Balmung's, the family insignia of Lord Clint 16's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could have been from a human prey. So it is true then. Clint 16 really was the Professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exterminate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. That threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you dine it, Lord Strongheart? Very well then. You may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of a heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast in society. Water solid by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. As time went on, it slowly ate his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by the Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father Kenshi Asoki turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must ensure a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. You need the fullest support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's a commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard under this based on the tenacious accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asoki's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome of course, Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what happened. And? What about the will? Soki must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. He had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. There's no way. I don't believe he killed him. Asoki? Was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then, who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law, in order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, while I was keeping the truth from him naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Oh yeah. There's no question that it was Asoki who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff had made the statement that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I have no doubt it was that Japanese fella. We haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against that man. Worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So wrong. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Soki. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asoki. What? Though I heard you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a close trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asoki, the gallows. This mofo! Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document that revealing the truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you don't understand? So, what's to be, Asoki? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage that truth would do. Protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
Objection! I never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mel Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrett Van Ziegs? The spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What? What brazen? I knew that you played the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. And an angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who have cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. He had to employ the services of his young prodigy after that. Dr. Courtney Sid. Dr. Sid. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I successfully safeguarded the law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess that it was I who hired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. No! Shut the hell up and save my ass! There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all to appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can you try to really end now? I have one last question. For the accused Lord Van Ziegs. What? Of course, I know that you are a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, Same thought occurred to me too. It was only once, but yes. I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there was a members of the aristocracy who were bleeding in the country try for their own gain. Since they were nobles, they were untouchable, for my brother was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself, and that made you suspect. Yes. But it was only once, no more, not more. Only once, really. Clint was then the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? Third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother couldn't have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zix nor Ken Shizuki will still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The Wu began reading that acted as an incriminating evidence to condemn Ken Shizuki. The 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Is it though?
Objection!
Objection! Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I would have made this 4-element our discovery. For the discovery. My lord, I'm afraid I must insist that the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. To that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it became with Lord Van Zix and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. Mira pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusion here, so where on earth is the contradiction? Saucy sauce! Mel Strongheart! One of them definitely just said something. Lord Strongheart! It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Rinosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Conclusion. Two things. Okay. Will be gone. 3-page last will. 3 pages. Ha ha ha! It's a 2 pages, you bitch! It's a 2-page, not 3-page. Woohoo! Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what? Cancel. Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something that you said was inconsistent with that certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has the right to pursue an explanation. Rinosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, cancel. They may very well prove fatal.
Take that!
Take that! This here is the will left behind Mr. Soki. The 2-page will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Oh. Can I repeat that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Come on, you're kidding! What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Hey, I was there for sure. I remember the black room like a scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I remember correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So they decided that the third page was need to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, cancel. As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now. My father's message will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. And the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, defense calls for Kenshin Asoki's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. The request is denied.
Objection!
The prosecutor agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Kaden. You will read the third page of the document for all the present to hear. Only I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read Verum language. This beautiful handwriting is shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, a lovely one. Lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I translate the Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, to twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. The sword, huh? That's the end of the message, it would seem. Aiku poem, twist thy head. Father, what is Karuma? The name of the Azuki clan's famous sword. A razor sharp blade known to all passed down for generations, it embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Okay. All this up, rock. I began to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue.
Objection!
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We heard you state time and again during these proceedings. Everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. How are you discharged up? There was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? This court ruled no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the great court. This is my last chance. Start right out. I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all alright. I think I have an idea. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour. that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Rinosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final is just a piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this whole rotten tale. How can you? Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping now, my lord. Let it be so then.
Take that!
The Karuma! What did I say? If you're capable, bear my words. Oh shit. Ah. No? What? But the tail, the wheel set was okay. I guess I need to examine it. It says that, yeah, the head. Yeah. Okay, twist it. Come on. It's the part at the very end of the hilt. Oh. Kashira. Kashira? Twist the butt of the hilt. Parchment! There it is! Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? It's Naruto! Look at the signature at the end. Clean 1-6 at the date 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. Look at this. Let me read that shit though. Oh, I can't read it? Well,
Take that!
there's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. Secret message! Oh, Pogies! The last will testament of Lord Clean 1-6. Huh! I wonder if it's astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped, you noticed that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document. It's the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Strongheart. My brother's last will and testament. Where'd you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma! Our ultimate weapon Kenshi Asoki obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. This signature still suddenly looks official. My god, it's true! It's my brother's handwriting! There can be no mistake! I forbid the contents of the document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me. At once! Why? What are you trying to hide? Could be. You already know what's written on this page? What is it implying? Somebody think of this case so far? Top tier! Very good! Court is adjourned with the immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Bye, Strongheart! Not, no! Do that, my lord. You'll suffer a fatal blow as the Lord Chief's justice. I beg your pardon. Possibly ending a trial without a good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason! I got you. I got you! I got you, long, strong heart. More like weak heart. Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings are not going to go quite as you had hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Rinosuke, read it! The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake. No! What the hell? Okay. I penned this my last will and testament in the final moments before my inevitable unwilling death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk. In my office, my good friend Asoki stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Von Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Von Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer, who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption of the rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them, as so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the BT, demon, who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interest, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such a vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. Sheesh! That demon was my quarry, from whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I'm a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. Jesus! My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became a subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last root of decency within me, and sunk to a level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asoki, who dies this night. I'm eternally damned. To my extortioner, Mel Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Strongheart! He's smiling! He's smiling! So now we know, yes, Clint Von Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner. Lord Mel Strongheart, was you! Lord Strong, moment ago, bathroom break. Yeah, you weren't protecting anything at all. It just didn't make sense to me. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. To use your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Von Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. Done? London's unsavory, the shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Ground must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say. Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place. In order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire by murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
This guy is delusional. Are you going to legitimate the murder of my father now too? Oh, Kenji Shoki. But that was an unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went on to locate the cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asoki's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had a fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him that position of Minister for Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Oh my god. That's pretty fucked up. Oh. Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asoki at once! He can't leave now, this has happened. He has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever! Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! God damn, Jigoku. How could you shoot your own fellow Japanese man? Jigoku shot Asoki from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asoki's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork model's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask and never to speak of the events of that night. With that, the secret was buried along with Asoki's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in the Locate cemetery that night. Mr. Jigoku, you're not Japanese acquaintance who killed Asoki in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchanged a proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. To coerce him too. You see what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with the Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he murdered at Kambacha 10 years earlier. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darkest recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all! How dare you! I saved Queen 1-6 from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Once been time, the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. Then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It's the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire, or our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord 1-6 here who worked tirelessly justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Inspector Gregson fought the accused for having sullied his hands through the desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asoki, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. Genshin Impact Asoki. You little. Let me look at it through your thick skulls. That it was all for Queen and Country? I'm tired of that excuse. You have consistently twisted the truth from your bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Even mad. He's mad. Clap. 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 Clap, 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 clap. Damn it. Can we arrest this guy now? Arrest him! Dun, 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 dun. Let's go faster! You fraud! Please, I don't misunderstand. Released exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darkest recess of the London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quick so starkly, but yes, I really haven't done nothing, which means... Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Oh shit, he has done nothing. Technically he didn't done anything physically. But come on. Come on. You can't be serious. Oh my god. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become a common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? Well, let it be! To learn that the infamous murderer of the royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiation with the prosecutors to effort the jailbreak. The Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by Scotland Yard Inspector. London is fucked. London is fucked, man. I mean, not London. Yeah, London is very fucked. Nobody would trust the, the order now. Nobody would trust the police. Nobody. So, new era of non-law. We must at times accompany the darkness ourselves. The darkness. No, he doesn't have a point. No, don't. Foxtrot. No! No, you people are idiots. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Stronghand really is a master of manipulation. Yeah, I just don't know what we can do. Rinosuke, it looks like the trial is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. Use an evidence! evidence! There's one more! I'm not done yet. Yes, as I know only too well. The only thing that carries my weight, any weight in court is hard evidence! But here goes nothing! Where are you, my trusty bunny?
Take that!
Oh my, yes. Mr. Shom asked if you had that with you earlier. We exposed all of Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Shomes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here goes! Heave! Ow, 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 my dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A chill talk with the soft eyes. Mr. Choms, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. What? Huh? No way! It's an after image! Sugoi! After image? I was expecting you back, Choms. Nani? What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! High tech! Small! It's magic! It's a magic! We just got right through him. We just go through him. I'm afraid you are first arrested, you see? The great detective you see before you is a composed entirely of light and shadows, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Shomes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that there's some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quiet sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company amused? I recently I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Shums. What a modest description. Wow, this guy. You're so smart. Get out! Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? The real question I was awaiting. I'm at the present, enjoying at the air in the rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace? What? You can't be... Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Shams? Is Iris with you there? Well, now, Iris currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Oh, the Queen! The Queen! What? What? Buckingham Palace! Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Her Majesty's the Queen? You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivable distasteful trickery, what an apt description. Close court session attended by the elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph? You meddling! Bye-bye! This is some kind of nightmare. Just I appear to be standing before you regretting with the talk of my latest invention. No doubt you have inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Your Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there would be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You. I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you have been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Vicky? Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message for her from Her Majesty. A message. Well then, if everyone's still sitting comfortably, I am. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mel Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Oh. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country didn't be administered from the shadows at all. Mel Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions in these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. Queen Victoria! In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal! Sherlock Holmes saves the day, baby! Sherlock Holmes! You are Fox! Oh, rip! Well, rip. G8 takes place at the end of the 19th century. Guilty! Massive guilty. Oh! 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 He's dead. Nani? Damn, so dramatic that was. That was a very, very dramatic. Lord Clint Van Ziggs left the will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Azuki's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cells, but it wasn't there. But this case was the better case in all. GAA. This was a top for sure. I think everything this case had, that was very good. Absolutely. Shomes with Mikotopa OG partner and Shomes with the MVP. God damn. God damn. God damn. God damn. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. Well, I'm sure Lord 1-6. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There's more to his last will and testament. What? What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother, Barrett. You have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only forgiveness. It's okay, so I find detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I confess my sins to my wife. May she find the resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Ziggs. Clint. Mel Strongheart, You concluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly married all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you say about that now, and whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize, being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I liked everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribed, like a well-oiled machine. I was just a step away. And for you, ambitions to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you have killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You have very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. What the? Where did he come from? Not guilty! He teleported! Heartfelt thanks! Be the man to do it! That's right! What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstance of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Woo! Lord Mercy! When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I met. My best friend Kazuma Soki, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My lawyer and ever-patient judicial assistant Misusato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord 1-6, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo, what a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. The truth can also cause a great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. From there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief. We must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. The true only, one true. Straight and narrow path ahead. Well said, Naruhodo. Well, I must excuse myself now. Before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty wouldn't have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system has been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. About goddamn time! 5 hours, baby! It took this one final chapter. 5 hours. Not guilty! Woohoo! That is all. Court is adjourned. That is all. That is all. Rare parrot. Parrot? A rare parrot? Parrot? A rare. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side. Through it all, Miss Sato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a very splendid show, that Naruhodo. I have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about it, the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I have caused my client a great deal of pain. Really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Von Zeke's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Mrs. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like a thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have been presumed. Mr. Naruhodo, yes, almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you have the reason to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I have robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it say? What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark force of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you. Kazuma. Smiling my ass. Lord Von Zeke, allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Kenshin, if I had been stronger, then perhaps, made an unforgivable error of judgment, I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Von Zeke wrote before his duel with my father. Oh. Azuki is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. 2 fishes, yeah. The second, oh yeah, second. What can the second of his final wish have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to a prison to say my farewells to Kenshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Kenshin? If you only agreed to it, Seishu and I would gladly petition the government. We have been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Kenshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there and once in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. Lady of the gentry. She's not in a good way and she's with a child. The birth is imminent. Oh, is that with Iris then? As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her, please. You are her only hope. Oh! His unborn child? life will bring. No way. No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you and only you, Eugene. Right, I see. Very well then. Unborn child. The very night I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. Found the old house in the middle of the nowhere. It was an old hunting hound but lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in the mortal danger. Broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was tortured birth. Did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Yeah. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, the mom died. Right. Yeah. Girl! Newborn girl? Yeah, it's Iris! It's Iris. There was a precious little in it. But an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been looked after over the years, made of top quality, validated with fine stitching. It was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. The emblem. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of the Lord Clean Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Wait, now that I think about it, Van Zeeks has a blue eyes too. Oh, I suppose he didn't really have a choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl might be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. Imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clean Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. Who would have thought of himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. Under my promise to Kenshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at loss, but in the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would ever be a father to her. That being Mr. Shums, I presume. Yeah. The name? Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris! Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Arada, what's wrong? This little thing pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Cholmes, is that you? Oh, yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive talking can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Cholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Checkmate move.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, spirit! Wasn't it a surpass myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lordship injustice would require such measures. Oh, I missed the end, huh? Yeah, I finished it, spirit. I finished it. And we just found out Iris is Lord Glint's child? Oh my god. Mr. Reaper, yeah. You have to go. You have to go. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promised now. I want you to forget. Bye for now then. Alright, Iris. Thank you for your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. This was a top tier case, Spirit. Again, this was a very, very good final chapter for sure. Everything was so good. You know, Mikotoba and Sherlock Holmes, reasoning, and the show thingy. We got to, you know, see that. The two old pairs, OG again. And now the truth. The truth of everything. Everything. The names. Why? Assassination exchange. Lord Strongheart. Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly I should have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no. I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieg's family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, he's leaving! Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of the man who once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you have endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the Dark Force yourself. Now that you have finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asoki. Seems as though he's really mature suddenly. He's not the only one who's mature, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to the Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. Dinata. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Yeah, do we go back to Japan? Or do we stay? Is the real question now. Do we stay? Do we go? Do we stay? Do we go? I'm home! About time you got here. We've been waiting for ages. No. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, isn't it? It's gonna go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. When you ain't gonna fly, smoke's the next best thing. The next best thing, ain't it? But there's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I remember that. You'd have to reload that thing every time I speak! You really must hear this? It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectation. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective and regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Is that the trunk I found abandoned in this cabin? Hey, it's the king! Bruh. Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still, it's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. At feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. Must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Runo, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Chow time, baby! Chow. Yup, I'm losing my copper's clubber and I'm going back to what I know best. What? No, it's Daryl's life for me? You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick. Turned dick? Is she? Or chick? Well, people can change you now. Yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. Grexy. You can't give up, Gina. You have to continue the legacy. You must continue the legacy. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson career alive by taking on the great responsibility of mining that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gonna be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... That he was my boss. Yes, Genie. Yes, he was. And a father figure, I would say. Promise that I become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. It's been solved already. I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Genie. Iris? She hurt, right? Well, obviously I always wonder about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey. Mickey? Mickey! You're too late. But anyway, I decided to give up on it. Because I have finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? Aww. With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I think Mikotoba. Yes, Charles. I think that I will express my gratitude to you. For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together, and during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. A moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all, and I should never have experienced it, were it not for you, you old softies, Charles. But I must confess, it's a weight of my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy, violent recital, wouldn't you say? Just play the Germany song again. Play the Germany song! That's what we should listen on. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I have certainly had some unforgettable experiences while I lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato's son went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I want to talk to you for what you did earlier. With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Kenshin after all. Lord Klim was Zeke's final wishes before he died, you mean. Yes, I had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Suzuki's son's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumble across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. You decided to investigate that insignia. Sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. To make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskervilles story I mean. Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. It was the only case Shams and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Shams and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned this manuscript by post to Shams for safekeeping. So we did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Shams had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed the events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. When it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now. As originally intended, locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Shams all gently pushing me into that direction. I spent the best part of my year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. You have grown, Naruhodo. Character development. This guy grew. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. He didn't panic at all, at most. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Objection! The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's why I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you have made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for you return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Oh, Susato. Susato-san? I just wanted to let you know I'm back. She heard. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but. Oh, how much did you hear? Well, everything. From the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you have made up your mind. You will return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening actually, but you're already gone out? Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you did decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? This is a new song, right? Susato-san. Ah, yes. I suppose this means it has to be a farewell soon. I suppose. Just confess your feelings already! You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to a brilliant as a Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So, if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. I can't just believe this day is finally come. You're really leaving then, Bruno. I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on a reflection, there's something to be said for it, having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
Oh!
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
It's our dual wielder!
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Oh!
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Again!
Name it.
Name it. Oh!
I'd like you to take care of this for me. For a while.
Karuma!
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Ka-cham!
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Now he's no longer using two sword style. Hey, one sword style is still
Always
good
known
though.
there are demons that live inside people.
No more Kirito.
And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor,
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all.
The demon inside me,
I
you
leave
say?
this in your care,
The demon inside me.
if you'll take it.
It's hidden in the darkness until it awaken. My
course
true
I-
form.
I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san,
Hmm?
the path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Oh!
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
She meant to ask!
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes.
To become
I
my
know it's unfair
waifu!
of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
Kill!
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
If that's not a confession, then I don't know what is.
Terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me,
Together
I'd be
we'll take on
delighted.
the world.
No, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Time to go!
Ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Farewell, my friend.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
What? I'm gonna kill you! Kill every last one of them! One for all and all for one! I'm in the face.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
Huh?
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well,
The
I'd
world
be
is
delighted
big.
if you came to
It's
Japan
vast.
one day.
Oh, yes. Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of
As
fate
you
brought
say,
me
guess,
halfway around
guess
the
you're one of
world
the
those
most
many
folk that
moons
don't
ago.
realize.
But that was just the start of my journey.
Hey!
Who knows where fate will lead me next?
Guess I am!
Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London.
Hydrate!
And when we're together again. No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be,
Objection!
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
Clap!
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson.
Wilson!
We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Objection!
I knew it! I knew it!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
I knew it! GG! GG bathroom break! What is this? Oh, yeah, this. I already seen this. Oh, I can skip this. Hydrate! End credit scene? Wait, that was an end credit scene then? What was that then? I hope that was an important scene. What is this? And skip this too? We already seen this. Was that the? Oh no! Let's keep it for nothing. That is that the Trinity? I saw a Trinity. That's a great scene. No, that's the great scene. Can I watch it again? There should be a. I thought that was the credits. You know, they play. Oh my god. What about the? The. Okay, go back. There is. But it said, the Trinity, it changed the color of your hair. But I saw that before. It was the Herlock Sholmes Trinity. H switch. Special contents. Reddit. Oh no, it's not the one, right? No, that's not it. Oh well. Wait. What? You could switch it up. Nani? You gotta be shitting me. You could actually. You play. Wow. Wait, do we have a? Where's the Russian? I mean, not just Germany. There probably isn't. Unused? That'll work only on GA2? What the frick? If I know, I will switch though. I will switch for sure. If I known. Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, Irish homemade suit, baby. Homemade dress, Japanese jumble mix. That is the end of this the great Ace of Tony. We are going for the next one. I gotta switch my console then. Give me a sec. BRB. Alright, we gotta switch the title. Oh, it's loud. What the fuck? Games! Yeah, wait, you need to be online? Okay, we have to be online then. GA is the best Ace Attorney game. I can't say much. I only played Trilogy. That's all I have played. Go online. There we go. Yeah, the choir. Let's go. Wait for it. Do we? Oh no, I haven't been playing on Xbox in a while though. So what? Update, sure, why not? Stop the update. There's update, so you should update it. Why not? Really start doing the update? Wait, for reals? Oh my god. Well, it's better to do it. Go fast, please, go fast. Go fast. Go fast. Oh, sorry, this. Oh, sorry. It probably doesn't help because I'm streaming at the same time. But, it doesn't help. I'm streaming at the same time, downloading at the same time. My internet is not that fast. It's probably gonna explode. It's gonna explode. Alright, let me do it like this. It's gonna be a lot faster. I wanna end the stream right now, and I'll be right back in about 2 to 3 minutes. BRB!